Okay, good evening, class. Okay. Can you guys hear me? Yes, see. I have the volume. Okay. Jenny, Mercedes, Kiana, Rizzy, or Reese. Sorry.
Yes, good afternoon.
Hello, how you guys doing?
Good, good.
Okay, so today is the last chapter. So today we are finishing up this module, office, medical office procedures. Tomorrow is election day. I'm gonna be repeating this at the end of the class. Tomorrow there is no class. So if you have to do something, whether it is your own stuff or going to vote or something like that, fine with me. Tomorrow we'll be busy with some stuff, and so won't be able to attend this section. And because we finished today, so we're gonna start the next module on Wednesday. Okay, so it's good news, I guess. Any questions about anything that we have covered up to now, or anything about the program? Anyone?
Not right now for me.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Whenever you guys have a question, once again, feel free, ask me or send me an email, whatever um channel you want to use. Okay, so once again, I will be repeating, that tomorrow we're not gonna have a class. I don't know if the school sent you an email because I just, spoke to the director of the school. So okay. So we're gonna move on with the last chapter, which is patient receptions, outpatient reception, and the processing that goes on in the waiting area. That's basically what it is. So what is it that we're going to be covering during this chapter? How the reception area, meaning the waiting area in the front desk, should be laid out, and how do we need to take care of our patients when the patients comes in for appointments or for anything else that the people that wants to come to our office come from. So that's basically what it is. It's very, very important for us to make sure that we're gonna follow all the policies right here for the waiting area, the physical aspects of the waiting area, and how do we process these patients, clients, or anyone who comes to our office. So that's basically what it's trying to tell you. We have actually go over most of the things. This is like recapping most of the things that we have done, but we're gonna add the physical part of the office. I have mentioned almost 80% of the information that we're gonna I'm going to deliver today for this chapter. I have mentioned like 80% already in previous chapters. So we're gonna just kind of recap that, go over that. Plus, we're gonna talk about once again the physical aspects of our office, how the office should be customized, so to speak. So that's basically what it is. So the reception area should be an inviting place where patients feel comfortable. That is totally true. Now, we should understand what comfortable actually means. It means a lot of stuff here. Making them feel welcome. That's one of the things that we have to do first. How do we want to make them feel welcome? By, listening, active listening, communicating with them in a way that they feel that we care about them. That's basically what it is. Remember, we are the first people that the patients are going to encounter in the medical office. So the first impression is a very important one, regardless how the patient is addressing us or treating us. Remember, we are the professionals. These our clients. These clients sometimes are sick. They come with a bunch of issues. So we don't expect every single patient to be nice. But yet, it is expected that we are nice. We are professional. We are this person that they're going to encounter that's going to make them change that perspective that medical offices people do not care. So that's basically what it is. We're going to make these people feel welcome once again. That's the major focus. Other than that, things start going really bad from that first interaction. Remember, we talk about this. So this is like recapping everything that we have covered. Plus, we're going to talk a little bit about, once again, the physical aspect of the office. So this is what we are going to be discussing and adding a little more to the things that we already discussed. The purpose of an office mission statement. So we're going to discuss what is the mission statement. Every single organization has a mission statement, meaning what are they there for? What is the purpose of this business? What is the message that we want to deliver to the people that uses our services? Every single organization has a mission statement. Every single individual have a mission, a goal to achieve. So that's basically what it is. But for the companies are very important that not only these mission statements are written on a paper, but that we follow through those. Otherwise means nothing. I can read things right there. It says, oh, our mission is to have compassion, to render the best care for our patients, but yet we're not doing it. We're being rude to the patients. We put them to wait. When they call us, we put them on hold and we don't give them the best service that they deserve. So we don't have empathy with our patients. So there is no purpose for a mission statement, right? Patients, amenities, and their value in the physician's office. What is it that the office has? When I'm going to the office, do I have a nice, clean environment? Not only the people that is helping me to go through this process or getting an appointment or getting something done, but it is the place comfortable. What about temperature inside the room, inside the office? Is it too cold? Is it too hot? Do they have something to entertain myself when I'm waiting? What about the seating? Is the seating comfortable enough for being waiting there 1 hour, sitting down for an hour or two? How the seating is arranged within or through the room, the lining, the color of the walls. Is it too crowded? Is it easy to go inside and see through the roads or whatever the case may be, then this seating is arranged or what? So that's basically what it is. It's not just how people treat us in the facility, but how's the place? So that is basically what it is. Can you imagine going to a place that is dirty? Everywhere you see, there is dust, there is mess over there from prior, patients that they left something on the floor, spills, some food residuals, probably cockroaches, probably mice, mosquitoes or something like that for leftovers, food or something else. That doesn't look nice. That doesn't look to me that is welcoming. I don't want to be in an environment like this, or it is too dark, or the sitting is very uncomfortable. They don't have enough sitting area for all the patients that they expect. People has to be standing up. So not good. All the seating are damaged. The chairs are broken. They are wear off already. So not good. The bathrooms are dirty. Nobody cleans them. There is no soap in the bathroom. There is no toilet paper. That wouldn't be nice, right? So we got to make sure that everything looks clean, safe, if you will. We need to prepare for patients' arrivals. We need to have everything ready. We're going to discuss that. What is it that we have to have ready when the patient comes? Remember, we talk about patients making the appointments first. So we already know who's coming. We already need to be prepared. What do we need? Is this a new patient? This is an established patient. Do the patient needs to complete more forms when they come in because they make the appointments through the patient's portal or over the phone? But we ask them to bring some documentation and to complete some other documentation while they're in the office. That's what we ask them to come a little earlier, 10 to 15 minutes prior to their scheduled appointment. What about if the patient we need to prepare the patient for an exam? Vital signs that we have to do. So we're going to talk about all that. Remember, we have to make patients feel at ease and comfortable when they are in our facility. How are we going to do that? Oh, well, we're going to discuss that. Particularly, taking care of them, being nice, being professional, not allowing them to wait too much, having our facility clean. So little details that can actually, change the whole perspective from the patient's point of view. It says right there, the office mission statement. I mentioned already, what are the goals of the office? Any company, any industry has a mission. Depends of what is it that they do, right? So in medicine, we have our main goal, objective is to care about our patients, to make sure that they receive what they came from. So that's basically what it is. Now, once again, what is the purpose of having these statements hanging on the wall? Because we must have them. If you go to the school, you see right there on the walls at the entry says mission statement from the school. You go to the hospital, you see mission statement from this type medical office or hospital or any organization. It is written almost in every single document that we give to our patients. by these brochures. But if we don't follow through what we stating on that message, on that mission statement, then it is nothing, means nothing for the patients. So that's basically what's important. We have to follow through. And one of the ways to do it is being professional with our patients, trying to provide them as much as we can and as fast as it can possibly can be done as well. That's important. This is the reception area. Remember, the first impression when you go for the first time to an office, to a building, to somebody else's apartment, is that you look around. You just kind of scan around and you see. And then you make your own assumptions. Oh, this is nice. Wow. Seriously? Is this a medical office? Doesn't look like. Look, all this stuff on the floor. Look at this sitting area. So again, see, has to be well illuminated. The colors of the walls should be light colors. You don't go to an office and you encounter red or color blue, dark blue or black on the walls. Usually are light colors because it brings more kind of vibe versus dark colors. The less crowded, the better. Nowadays, we have these very tiny waiting areas, and they put all this seating or arrange all this seating that is very difficult to pass through. That is worse than, traveling in a coach or economic airplane. If you have a 3-seating road and then the person who's by the window has to ask the other people to, to excuse yourself, and people have to get up so you can pass through. That's very uncomfortable. You have to have plenty. Okay, once again. Oh my goodness. Not learning my lesson. Okay. So let's continue with this chapter. once again got shut down because of me not plugging my computer again. Okay, so that's basically what it is. So we need to understand how the office is going to be arranged. Everything counts. You don't have to have state-of-the-art furniture or anything like that, but it has to be comfortable enough for the patients to be waiting there for 1, 2, 3 hours. So that's basically what it is. And see, it has to be nice and neat, clean, well illuminated. Mentioned that already. That gives a very good impression when we step inside these places. Once again, it happens to us when we visit some places, including somebody else's homes. I'm going to some place. I'm not going to say anything, of course, but I'm thinking. I said, oh, wait a minute. This is really nice. I would like to live here. Well, it's not that in an office you want to live there, but you feel welcome, you feel comfortable coming there. It says, wow, this is nice, this is clean, that's how I was expecting, or it is more. It is better than expected. You see, you have magazines, you have some type of literature, so you can provide to the patients so they entertain themselves while waiting. Some of the medical offices, they have a TV. Now remember, if they have a TV in the office, patients do not have access to the remote control. Can you imagine someone changing the channels, raising, lowering the volume? Just like a little kid right there. No, this is not your living, dining, or whatever else room in your home. So we're gonna set up this for the purpose of keeping you a little entertained. But you don't have access to change the channels. Remember, this is how the policies are being instructed. You have to respect that. So very nice, very comfortable. Now, in real life, this is not exactly what you're going to encounter. Maybe 10% of the offices you're going to see in this. This will be the offices that you have appointments. This will be the offices that a patient has already scheduled their appointments. In walk-in facility, you won't see this. You will see people everywhere. And of course, rows of sitting places. But this is how it should be, right? Nice and pleasant, comfortable. First impression in the medical facility. As soon as you enter, as soon as you go to a place, you start judging, and then immediately you make an image. And you're gonna start criticizing, or you are going to be kind of, giving good, positive feedback about the place. That's how we do. That's what we do, how we do it with people, with places, in any given situation. So I already mentioned that for the place to be welcome and how it gave a positive impression, has to be orderly and clean. Things should be very clean and order. See the seating in the prior waiting area? It looks like very organized. So that makes you feel welcome. Neat. Well, that has to do with cleanliness and how things are organized. Everything it is in its place. That's basically what it is. Comfortable. Now, don't get me wrong. Some of the offices have a very, very comfortable seating, like this one, for instance. Now, in order for you to have this type of seating, then you're going to be in a specialty like dermatology, plastic surgery, for instance. You will not find this type of setting in a medical doctor's office. In a regular medical doctor's office, there is no way. Because people do not care about things. They do not, protect the things that are in that place. They don't belong to them. So again, we expect to be comfortable, not that comfortable, because can you imagine patients can just go there, people can just go there to chill and to stay there, right? But this will be those places where you already have an appointment. And for certain specialties. Your waiting area should be attractive and cheerful. Just that if it looks nice and neat, organized, you already feel comfortable already. So the colors of the walls, very important once again. Whatever, decorative, things that you have there, like picture frames or something like that, it should look attractive and in accordance to the place and the services that the place or the institution is offering. I already mentioned that means neat, uncluttered, meaning you don't want too many things in there. This is like going to your kitchen and having every single thing all over the place. You don't want that. Everything has to be where it belongs. That is it. That is uncluttered. So we are not taking chances or risks by stepping on something or tripping on something or sliding on something. So again, we are protecting our patients or whoever comes to work in the facility, including employees, staff members, employees, companions, vendors. Who knows? So many people that enters our office. That means that if it is uncluttered, it's going to be easy to walk around, maneuver around. Once again, I mentioned it already. If you have all these sitting in a row and you have to pass through them, or the patient needs to kind of move around or stand up or open the legs wide when they are sitting so they can allow you to pass because there is no enough space. The roads are very narrow because the spaces are limited. The spaces are limited because the rent is very expensive. So these offices are not going to have a large waiting area like a hospital. Particularly doctors' offices are a little more crowded than other medical facilities. So we have to arrange that. And that is part of, the office manager, the medical doctor that is there. And because the medical doctor is not seeing what we see because the medical doctor is on the back in his or her office. They don't see much what's going on, but we are seeing it every single time. So we are part of that. We need to keep this area organized. Otherwise, we can put our patients at risk or tripping, falling, So many things that can happen when things are not in order. So we checked this out already. Nice sitting, but you're not gonna find these nice comfortable chairs, sofas, whatever you're gonna call, in an office, except for certain specialties. The reception area. Now we are talking about this counter office where you, the nurse, and whoever works there are going to be taking care of the patients. It's not just the reception area, it's not just the counter area. Every place within your medical facility has to be well lit. Sets good lighting, has to be clear. Can you imagine someone trying to, do something, move from one place to another? It's kind of dark. You actually can trip, you actually can fall. It is very uncomfortable entering a dark place. So you don't want to do that. Exceptions to the rule, we're going to talk about that later on, depends of certain patients' conditions. Then we have to bring them to an exam room, turn off the lights and any noise that might be in the surrounding area to give our patients a little tranquility. Adequate ventilation. Ventilation is very important, particularly in these places that are kind of enclosed, that we don't have enough windows. Some of the offices, you actually don't have many windows because it's an internal office within the building, within this particular floor. So usually, except if we are checking the patient, so having a patient inside or the medical provider conducting an examination, we should have these doors open. So air from the hallways kind of, moves in and out. Because otherwise it's going to be enclosing all these bad odors within. Temperature. Remember, we have to regulate the temperature. Unfortunately, when we work in a medical office, the temperature has to be on the lowest normal, like 65, 70. It has to be a little on the cold side. And the reason why we do that is because the colder the place, the less chances of these microorganisms, which are bacteria, viruses, fungus, are very difficult to move from one patient to the next, except if we just pass them by direct contact. But the colder the place, the less chances of these microorganisms that kind of being transported or transmitted through airborne or droplets like COVID, the flu, are not going to be able to travel. So that is the reason why we keep these medical offices kind of on the cold side. So that's the purpose, to prevent all these microorganisms to reach patients. So these microorganisms will not be able to kind of fly through the air because it's very condensed. Another thing that your medical office should have, particularly in winter time, not that it's going to be on that time, but in that time is when we wear all these heavy coats or during rainy days. We have to have places where to hang them. Can you imagine you coming with all these coats now and you have to drag all the stuff to the exam room and you don't have a place where to hang all these coats? That would be a little troublesome. So we need to bring all these kind of, things so the patients feels more comfortable when they come to our office, or bring their lab coat or whatever a lab coat or your winter coat right behind your sitting area. It's very uncomfortable. It's going to be dragging on the floor. People is going to be kind of passing by and getting entangled with it. So not good. It should be in a separate area. Just like when we go to restaurants, certain public places, that you have a place when you're going to be leaving your rain or winter coats or any heavy stuff for that matter. Magazines. Remember, we saw these patients on the first image that they are in the waiting area and they are reading something. It's not something that they brought, something that they find in the office. Unfortunately, things are changing a lot because nowadays all these actually paper physical printouts are disappearing. Back in the days, we have a lot of magazines, a lot of stuff that you, even though you never seen it before, and you just open something and you just glance around or kind of scan around these magazines. If you find something interesting, you just read it or not, but you just keep you, entertained. Now they have a TV, but sometimes you have a TV with a show, with a program that you don't want to see. So if you have the chance, or you use your cellular phone, even though if there's some of the places don't allow you to have a cellular phones, then there's no other choice. Things have changed with technology, remember. So we always have to offer, something to the patient. Remember, it's not because we have to, it's because we want to keep the patients entertained with their way. If they have nothing to do, they're gonna be nagging us all the time. Asking, okay, when they're gonna call me? What is it that is late? It's taking too long. This is not good. We don't like it here. I'm very sick. You guys don't care. So you want to prevent all these unnecessary comments. We know that they're going to make them, but when they are a little entertained, it is less of the hassle. So that's basically how it goes. Preparing medical records. Now, of course, we're going to discuss this more in detail or thoroughly when we get into medical records. But this is something that happens in the waiting area. So remember, the first thing that you have to do, that is before at the end of each shift, you're going to print out the appointments for all the patients that are going to be seen tomorrow. Has to be done the day before. So that's basically what it is. So if you didn't do it, then now you're going to do it at the next day on the first time that you enter your office, early in the morning, to have everything ready. So you have to get everything ready to start, your new shift in the morning. Whether you are the one who opened the office or not, you're going to start certain time in the morning. So your job is to make sure that everything is turned on. Remember, because the machines that we turn off the day before has to be turned on the day after. We're going to pull out all the medical records. I mentioned this before. if it is paper-based medical records, so then you're gonna pull them from the shelves. Remember, back in the days, we have this. Now we don't see it much. Well, actually, I haven't seen it. I work with this many years. But this time, a lot of people has already moved to electronic medical records. I know there is gonna be someone out there that still have paper-based medical records. So we can pull the medical records from the shelves, following the list of patients that have made appointments and put it in that order. Sometimes we have to arrange by doctor, but in an order of the visits. So the earliest visit is going to go on top, right? And then following that pattern. We have to do all that. If they have electronic medical records, no problem. You eliminate this step, or gathering all these medical records from the shelves, because then when the medical doctor finishes, you have to put them back in the same location. So if you work with electronic medical records, it's a lot easier. Why? The only thing that you need is the schedule printout for that particular doctor. Then they're gonna check, oh, my first patient is Mr. Smith, so I'm gonna enter in the computer, Smith Joseph. Oh, okay, here it is. Now I'm gonna call my patient. Now I have the information from my patient and everything that I need, and everything that I need to enter, I'm gonna do it through the system, through these software applications. Of course, using a computer or a tablet, any electronic device customized for that purpose. Now, again, we gotta make sure that we have the right patient. Sometimes we have patient that has the same name, last name, first name. So we need to go a little bit farther than that, which is date of birth. Remember, there are 2-point identification that is required, which is full name and date of birth. So these are questions for exam. I mentioned it before. 2-point identification. So the question will read, okay, how many points of identification do we use in an outpatient setting? Outpatient is when we go to the office, but we don't stay there. We go home after we seen, after the procedure. So read the questions. Because if you don't read the questions, then you're going to pick up the wrong answer. Why? Because they're talking about outpatients, and now you're picking up something else. Or they're talking about inpatients, and now you're picking up the wrong information. If it is an inpatient, you do not ask the patient's name. What is your name, sir? What is your last name? What is your date of birth? We don't. Inpatients, people who are hospitalized, we do not ask. It's for the outpatient. The outpatients are not that sick. People who are too sick, they don't remember their names. They are under all these medications, through all these medical procedures. They just don't ask anything, because everything they're going to say yes. So they're going to have an ID like a barcode, hand or ankle wrist, depends on the age of the patients. Adults have a wrist bracelet with a Q bar, the QC bar. So that's basically what it is. So we're going to scan it. We don't ask. So you have to read the question. You are a medical assistant and you are in an inpatient setting. How are you going to identify your patient? Well, reading the wristband, scanning the barcode on the wristband. If it is a baby, then they have it in the ankles, the ankle band. So that's how we identify people. And there are two ways, because the first thing that is going to come out is that. What is another way of identifying the patients? Medical record number. But you don't tell a patient what is your medical record number, they're not going to remember that. So we ask first name, last name, first name, date of birth. That's outpatient. Remember, we discussed what is outpatient and what is inpatient. When we open those medical records, I am talking about paper-based medical records. So let's go back again to back in the days when we used paper-based medical records. Unfortunately, even though if we have moved to electronic medical records, we still gonna have those questions about paper-based medical records. Somehow they have not stopped, they have not removed, get rid of all these questions that no longer we use, because there are lots of things that have changed with the electronic software applications. But they still go back to the manual, mechanical way of doing things. So that's the reason why we have to go over this. Every single publisher. Publishers are these organizations who publish these books, the books that we use. So they move from year to year, different editions. They just change little things here and there about what's new, but they leave the old part also. So they carry on the old part, like the Old Testament and the New Testament kind of thing. So they move with technology, but they're still using whatever was used before. Some of the things actually we don't use it anymore. So instead of changing all these questions and putting everything about what is now, not what was before, they keep on mixing the two worlds. What we were doing before, paper-based medical records, how we used to collect information that has to be readable versus electronic way of documenting the patients, collecting the patients, retrieving the patients' personal protected information. So that's basically how it works. So we have to play around with these two sides of, the office. So we are like the front and the back, the old way of doing things and the advances of technology on the other hand. So if I give you only one side and you said, oh, wait a minute, I didn't learn about this, because the questions are going to be like that. Even though it probably you're going to end up in an office when everything is going to be electronic. But still, to pass your test, you need to know that there is also this manual way of doing things that now has become electronic. So again, it's very important for us. If we use these paper-based medical records, now we have to put all these forms that are needed. Remember, the medical records, every single time that the patient comes in, we have to add new forms. The progress notes, for instance, which is where the doctor is going to document all its findings about what is the reason that the patient is here today. So those forms, we don't add it to the medical records. Every single time the patient comes in, we add a new one. Now, because we are so busy in the front desk, we don't need to add a page every single time. We put on the page on the medical doctor's desk, on the drawers, we put the papers. We put the forms over there. So we gotta make sure that these forms are available for the doctor. Because if the forms are not available, the doctor is gonna call you in the middle of the examination. And that's not gonna go well. So we gotta make sure that after he's finished the shift, we're gonna go to the doctor's office, check that they have the progress notes, that they have the registration forms, that they have the referrals forms, and the requisition forms, whether for labs or for external laboratories, CAT scans, MRIs. Remember, they're gonna order something, if still doing it in paper, they're gonna have the forms right there by their desk. So we don't have to be running, leaving whatever we're doing in the front desk just to go look for those forms and bring it to the doctor's office. So we gotta make sure that all these paper, all these supplies, whatever the medical doctor is gonna need, that's what we know whose patients are, how many patients are scheduled for today, and what is the reason that they come here. Oh, this is for an EKG, so I gotta get certain forms. Probably the doctor is gonna refer this patient to cardiologist or to the urologist or to the orthopedics or to this. So all those, we have to have all these documents there. So the doctor doesn't have to call us all the time for every single document or paper that they need. So once again, the last part it says arrange the records in the order in which the patients will be seen. Of course, the patient who's going to be seen first is going to be on top and then all the way down. That's how it works. So we got to make sure that we're going to keep these medical records, remember, upside down where we don't see the patient's information. All the people should not be seeing what is written, what is the name of the patient on the medical records. People are very curious. So that's part of the Privacy and Confidentiality Act of HIPAA, preventing other people to see somebody else's information. So right there, preparing medical records. When we said preparing medical records, it means we are kind of starting a new one with a new patient or adding documents, forms, labs. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to add one of these progress notes. This is called a progress notes. It looks like this in every single office. It says right here, progress notes. So we're going to have this blank. If we use paper-based medical records, we're going to have these blank forms. Here, the doctor is going to put the date the patient has been seen, and here is going to write down everything about the patient. When we go to medical records, we're going to talk about the SOAP mnemonic or acronym, which is subjective, objective, assessment, and plan. That's how we write notes. Okay, what is the reason the patient is here? S, subjective. Patient is here for a head. Objective. Okay, what is the complaints? Oh, I have fever, I have this, I have that. So all the objective things. So things that I can see, things that I can touch. That's not your job. That's the medical doctor's job. Then the doctor is going to order some blood work or whatever imaging report they need or a physical exam, anything. That will be the assessment. Then the plan. Okay, the plan is I'm going to give my patient Tylenol, Motrin, I'm going to give the patient this particular procedure. I'm going to refer my patient to do this particular procedure or surgical procedure, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So these papers, these forms needs to be within the medical doctor's desk, or you attach one of these every single time the patient comes in. These gotta make sure that you perforate this. This has perforations right here, so they can attach them. Otherwise, they're gonna be loose. Otherwise, the doctor is gonna remove one of these. It has not been perforated. So at the end of the day, you're gonna perforate it and you're gonna attach this to the medical records where the progress notes are located. So that's basically what it is. This is like a little book with different chapters. So each chapter, you're gonna add something to it. One will be for the labs, another one for the progress notes, other one for the correspondence, other one for the diagnosis, for the exams, and so on and so forth. For medications, so you're gonna have these partitions, these particular tabs that are going to be dividing this medical record. This is not like we are adding every single paper one next to the next one in a chronological order. No, we separate them depending on what is it. If it is progress notes, all the progress notes are going to be in one block. Labs, blobs, all the blobs are going to be here. Urine, all the tests for urine are going to be here. Biopsies, all of them. X-rays, CAT scan, MRIs, all of them are going to be in a particular place. So when we are looking for them, we go exactly to the particular tab, the particular group, and then we check that out. It's going to be a lot easier. So these forms must be within the medical record attached to it, or having the doctor to have them in the office. Read the policy manual. So if you are not familiar with the policy manual on that office, you're gonna learn, but you're gonna have a little problem. So that's basically what it is. Get familiar how the office works right here. Do we add the progress notes and any other forms that the doctor might need? Because remember, when you read the patient's complaint, you know that you must have for every single patient a progress note. Every single patient receives a progress note. That's where the history of the patient is located. That's where it shows what was the problem of the patient, what the doctor did to fix the problem. In any other questions that are pertaining or pertinent to this situation for this patient on this particular day. So that is how it works. So these progress notes, you gotta get familiar. You will be asked. A doctor is gonna ask you, "Oh, can you get me progress notes?" And you said, "Progress notes? What the heck is that?" Well, you're gonna know what it is. You're gonna ask someone that works with you. That's what I said. Whenever you start doing your internship, get familiar with everything goes along your facility. Ask about these forms. What forms are those? Can you imagine bringing the medical records to the doctor, but there is no progress notes? Where he or she are going to start writing down notes. So they're going to call you. They're going to say, "Where is the progress notes?" "Oh, did I have to put it?" Doesn't look good. So again, do not worry too much about the internship, because that's the time that you're going to be learning. Remember, that's part of the program. But then you have to learn all these things, because otherwise you're going to encounter problems yourself when you start working. That's the place when you're going to learn what's going on in a real office, what documents, forms I need to be familiar with. So that's basically what it is. Now, if This is an electronic medical records, which you don't have to be worried then about bringing forms, because most of the forms are going to be within the system. They're going to have the progress notes right there. So they're going to start writing down, typing things. And it's a lot easier because it's a manual format. You just have to check. Patient has headache. No, yes, no, yes. Complain about fever. Yes, no. Everything is written. You just have to check. But this is not your job. This is the doctor's job. The point here is that you don't have to bring progress notes if the patient has, at the medical office has electronic medical records, because everything will be done in that fashion. Replenishing supplies. It says right here, stationery. Any small supplies that you might need for your office, like Post-its, like staples, pens, pencils, all those things, you need to have it. You need to make sure that if you use it, you need to know where they are. And if you're running out of them, then someone who takes the inventory of all these supplies needs to order them. Appointment cards, we know already about the appointment cards. We saw them last time, making appointments, scheduling appointments chapter. So this will be the appointment cards. Encounter forms. Now, if you see, this is an encounter form for an outpatient. So what is exactly an encounter form? An encounter form has all the patient information, which is patient's information will be here. Personal information, family information, whatever is needed, insurance, contact, emergency contact, your address, your email, your telephone number, your name or your husband, whatever the case may be, your employment. Because this is the form that we're going to send to billing. It's an encounter form. This is the form that we're going to be sending it to billing. So whenever we need to know the diagnosis that the medical doctor gave to the patient, where are you going to encounter that? I said encounter, the encounter form. The encounter form is where the doctor checks all the conditions that the patient have a diagnosis. Now the doctor knows what is the treatment, what exams I'm going to be sending my patient to do or to get. This is an encounter form. This is for billing purposes. So I'm taking my history and everything else on the progress notes, and then this is like a summary of what happened during that particular interview, because this is the paper that is going to go to the insurance company. I'm going to get paid through this encounter form. It is called also the super bill. No worries, Matt. No worries. Remember, we're going to talk about this during the insurance again. But see, we're encountering this everywhere. And the reason that I mention it and the reason that I add all these things to my PowerPoint presentations is because you will have these questions. They're going to give you a question there when they're going to ask you. Okay, so what document during the patient's visit is used for billing purposes to charge the patient for the particular visit or whatever took place during that visit? It's called the encounter form or super bill. Super bill, encounter form. Encounter form is the most common name. Super bill, because this is the bill that we're going to send to the insurance company, so the insurance company can pay for the services provided for this patient. So it's called an encounter form. Here we're going to find all the information about what was done, what was ordered, what's going on with the patient. That's basically, and it's very important. Without this paper, we cannot build insurance. Now, we can keep this paper also if the patient is paying cash, but then it will say medical insurance, no insurance, cash patients. So we're just gonna give a bill to the patient. We're gonna bill them so they can pay cash for the services. But mostly it is used for insurance because most of the people has some type of medical insurance. That's called an encounter form because it's the encounter that I have. See, when you come to see the patient, it's called an encounter. That's what we call an encounter form. Remember, they use super bill, but that's the part of the insurance. They don't call encounter form much. They call it super bill. But it's the same. Encounter form, super bill, encounter form, super bill is the same. So here is when we have all the information from the patient, including diagnosis, treatments, anything that went through that particular visit. Oh, the patient came here for a follow-up, complaints about back pain. It says right there. Back pain is the diagnosis. Prescribing this type of medication for the pain. And then they're gonna make, back pain has a code. So they're gonna find the code in billing and coding, and they're gonna translate all these back pain, these letters, they're gonna put it in numbers. In the visit, what type of visit was? That was a follow-up visit, or it was a new patient, or it was a complete physical exam, and how long that visit took place. Remember, it has time. There are times here, how long the doctor took to evaluate these patients. So we charge for that. 15 minutes. Okay, that's a very short follow-up visit. We get paid for 15 minutes, plus any test that we have done to the patient. If we draw blood, they pay us for the blood separately. If we did an EKG, they're gonna pay us for the EKG. If we order CAT scan, MRI, whatever, whoever does the EKG, MRI, whatever, they're gonna get paid for those services through the insurance or through the patient if the patient doesn't have medical insurance. So that is basically what we need to know, just to be familiar with what's going on in the office. So encounter forms, very important. Progress notes, very important. Not because you use it every single time the patient comes in, but even though if it is not on paper, it's going to be on the electronic medical records. Electronic medical records is an image of what we do in paper. It's just that it's electronic. The forms are electronic versus the other one, we have paper, but they are identical. Pens, pencils, remember, erasers, whatever we need, those are part of the stationery supplies. We need pens, we need pencils. Remember, if you have paper-based scheduling system, then you have to use pencil. And if we are writing down the medical records, we cannot write down with pencil. We're going to use pens. So again, we need to understand what's going on. Telephone message pads. Remember, if we're going to take a telephone message, we have to have a telephone message pad. Makes sense, right? If we're going to give a patient a reminding appointment, we have to have these appointment cards. Prescription pads. Now things have changed, right? Probably this appointment card is still going on. Even though if we send you an email message, a text message reminding you of the appointment, most of the offices still use the old-fashioned way of giving you a little card with your appointment as a reminder. Now, prescription pads have changed a lot because now we have electronic prescription. So we no longer have to be writing down on a piece of paper because it's very difficult to understand the doctor's handwriting. It's illegible. It is unlegible, very difficult. So now with the computers, the advent of the computers, now things are a lot easier. So the doctor kind of enters the patient's information right there in the computer. The computer sends the message to the pharmacy. We just recommend the patient to go to their pharmacy of choice. Remember, the patient selects which pharmacy they want to go and pick up the prescriptions if they have one that they prefer to do so. Other than that, the medical doctor just decide, to send it to one of those pharmacies that they are, that we have in our directory. Most of the patients already have a place, except if you are a new patient and you don't have a pharmacy that you have selected because you're not taking medications on a regular basis. One of the things that we have to be very careful with these prescription pads is that, it can be stolen. I used to work with one of my friends. Unfortunately, my friend passed away a long time ago. He was a director of one of the hospitals that I work for. He has his own urgent care offices. So I was working sometimes with him, and we use these prescription pads at the hospital at its office. Patients stole these because remember, they can forge, medications and signatures and then sell. So this happens. So we have to be very careful. If your doctor is using a prescription pad, do not leave these prescription pads right on top of the doctor's desk when the doctor is not there. Put it inside your drawer or bring the prescription pad when the doctor is going to be there alongside with the medical records. If that is how it works, if that's the policy. So be careful. Once again, a lot of prescription pads were stolen from our facilities. And remember, most of the patients, they take those things, and even though if they don't use it, they sell the prescription pads to someone else. So just for you to know. So that's one of the things about the prescription pad. And not only that we have a problem trying to read to understand what the doctor have, ordered for the patient, because even the pharmacy sometimes needs to call the doctor to verify, because some of the medications, the way that we write them down sounds and are written almost similar, but it's not the same medication. So a little something that you did not write correctly, it can be a reason for, making a mistake right there and ordering something else, giving the patient something else. That's what we have electronic prescriptions, and to prevent, fraud, stealing these prescription pads. So that's how actually all these works. Any questions about whatever we have covered right now about the office and how the office works? Particularly the reception area. What are the things that we're supposed to be doing in the reception area, except for, the part of the physical appearance or aspects of your office or facility? Because sometimes that goes beyond, we do not decide what color we're going to paint to the walls, what pictures are going to be hung on the wall, whether we're going to have a TV or we're going to have magazines or not. Well, that depends of, a higher rank. But we can control what involve us, which is, being professional, taking care of our patients, causing a good impression to the patient, making them feel welcome. Knowing these forms, where are they? Where is it that we have all these supplies? Where should I place them? If they ask me about this, I should know where to find them and how to order it. If it does my job, but at least where are they? So we talked about this already, greeting the patients. I cannot stress enough. Remember, we are the first people that the patient are going to encounter. So we got to be on top of everything. Remember, we have to see our patients, make eye contact, be polite, respectful, have compassion, understand all these barriers of communication that we might have, like language barrier, cultural barriers, age barriers. We have to understand all these, because if we don't understand all these situations that can go when interacting with the patients, then you're going to be making the wrong assumptions. So that's basically what it is. Being nice, being courteous, being polite, professional, should be just the way that we conduct things. Remember, when the patient arrives, you kind of smile, but you're not smiling to everyone. Look at the patient. If the patient looks like it's very sick, hi. You are going to be the new patient. You're going to be the new kid in the block. So sometimes you might not know who's up, who's new, who's not. So ask them, hi, my name is Alberto. I'm the medical assistant, I'm the phlebotomist, I'm the receptionist, I'm the secretary, I'm the nurse, whatever the case may be, whatever your titles are. And then you're going to tell them, how can I assist you today? Oh, I just need to make an appointment. Okay, not a problem. May I have your name, please? Then you start addressing them by their name. Remember, when we said name, we're not actually talking about first name. Said name is because I don't want you to be calling me honey, cutie, hunk, baby. That's calling by your name. Don't call me by anything else. Because that's very disrespectful. You're not my friend. I don't know you. So that's what we are talking about here. And then you're going to address then always exam questions, last name. Always. And you are, Joseph, and your last name, Smith. By the way, Mr. Smith, no worries. You can call me Joseph. Hi, Mr. Joseph. Because this is not your friend. You're not going to call it, hey, what's up, Joseph? Got to be very professional all the time. It doesn't matter how friendly they want to be with us. We're still going to keep ourselves, very professional. Getting along with patients, that not means getting in the same group right there. Oh, yeah. So you're going to talk to me like we are buddies. No, that's not how it works. That is not. Then you're going to ask them if they are new patients, or you always ask, have you been here before? No, this is my first time. Well, this is a different issue. What the things you're going to ask them? Do you have an appointment? Did you register already? Because probably they register online. So you don't start from scratch. So ask the pertaining questions. Ask for identification. Medical insurance, you must ask for medical insurance, particularly when it's a new patient. You don't want this patient to be wasting time. Remember, patients do not know that some of the insurance, some of the health insurance are not taken by some of the doctors. Can you imagine registering the patient and then telling them an hour later, oh, I'm sorry, but you know what? Our doctor do not take your insurance. Seriously. After you ask me all this information, fill out all these forms, make copy of my personal documents, and now after 1 hour, 30 minutes, whatever the case may be, you're gonna tell me that the doctor is not gonna see me because they do not take my insurance. That looks like you don't know what you're doing. Very unprofessional. So get ready, get prepared, because talking about the waiting area is not just how cute the waiting area is and how cute you are standing right behind the desk. No, is if you ask the pertaining questions, how you're gonna address your patients. That's what is important. Because you don't want this patient to go on your face, because believe me, I've seen this not once, many times. Registering the patients, and then it turns out that the medical doctor doesn't take that insurance. And that's going to happen to you because you're new. And that's what I'm telling you up front. And that's what every single chapter that we have to talk about, patient interaction with you, I'm telling you, this is what you have to ask, whether you're a new patient or you're an established patient. Independently, whether you are a new or a established patient, you have to ask about the insurance, the health insurance, every single time that the patient wants to be seen by the doctor. Oh, I was here yesterday. I gave you my card yesterday. Anything can happen in seconds. You did have health insurance coverage yesterday. Today, you didn't have it. So today, you don't have it. So what make you think that the patient has insurance all the time coverage? Everything have an expiration date. And I don't know on top, I don't even know. See, my computer shuts down all the time because I totally forget to plug my computer in. And that happens like 30 minutes prior they start the lecture. I was like, okay, as soon as I start the lecture, I'm gonna plug it in. I start the lecture and I totally forgot because I get into my class. I don't let anything else to distract me. So don't get distracted with the patients either. You ask all the pertaining questions so the patient don't have to go through all these hassles, telling them later on that, oh, well, the doctor is not going to be seeing them for this reason. You have all the chance to verify, to confirm all this at the moment that the patient was in front of you. Now, patient is going to be very upset. And now you're going to be making excuses, which it doesn't work. So just make sure that you get identifications. Everything that has to be done, you have to be doing, regardless of what the patient tell you. I was here earlier on. I was here yesterday. I don't have my insurance card with me. Well, don't tell them, hey, go home and look for it, because if you don't have it, I'm not gonna be, call someone else. Mr. Miss Smith, can you give me a second? Can you excuse me for a second, please? Let me ask one of my colleagues. I'm new here. Tell them. So if you made a mistake, it wasn't your fault. You want to verify. So don't assume and don't try to look pretty and cute and you do the wrong thing, because that's nothing cute about it. Ask someone else. Always ask your colleagues. Hey, listen, coworker, you know someone there. Hey, I have a patient and she doesn't have the insurance card with her today. She said that she was here yesterday. How can I address that? Put somebody else. If they make mistake, that's their fault, not you. So you do things that you know, that you're sure that's the way you're going to do it. But if you're not sure, just get somebody else's assistant. And I'm telling you, if you got somebody else's assistance, then you will be fine. And the patient will be fine because you're getting somebody else involved because you don't know exactly how it goes. So just make sure that you do everything possible to avoid any inconveniences to your patients and to yourself. Patients check in. This is like when you go to the airport, you're going to check in yourself. So that's when, what this patient was doing, checking in, talking to you, telling us what is it that they are there for, because we ask. Now it says right there, the reception desk should be in a clear view of patients when they enter their office. That's why we have this kind of cubicle / counter in front, all the way in the back of the office, facing the entrance. Most of the time, 99% of the time should be that way, because you're going to see who's coming into the office, who's coming, how many people are entering. So then I have a feeling of how this day is going to be, particularly for those who are new, because when you have a setup for schedules, you have an appointment schedule already set up in place. You already know because you already print out how many patients are going to be on the next day. So you're going to be expecting them. Close these walk-ins if you accept them as well. If it is that is part of your policies. But most importantly, you're going to be checking the patients every single time that they come in to see how they presenting themselves. Are this patient is going to give me a hard time today? Is this patient look kind of sick, kind of upset, or combative for that matter? So I'm going to see it as soon as they come in. If I see my patients coming in, talking on the phone, laughing, greeting the other patients right there, oh, this is good. This patient is not going to give me a headache. Not yet, because that can change. But I'm seeing them. So later on, when they get on right there to the desk, and I saw them laughing as they came in with the phone and greeting everybody else, and then now they pretend that they're very sick. Oh my God, I'm very sick. I need to see the doctor immediately. Well, it's not that you're going to tell them, hey, I just saw you walking in and laughing and greeting everyone. So you just got sick now in front of me, right? That's not what we're going to do. But now we know who patient we have in front of us. And we are going to try to do the best that we can, not to get them in because that's what they're requesting, but we know who's the patient. Now you see a patient that comes and is very pale and is leaning forward and is holding his or her stomach or her head or her arm, and then you see, oh, this patient looks really bad. See, there are different picture presentations. So this is the patient that you're going to greet this way. This is the patient that you're going to greet this way. With a smile, without a smile, but being professional all the time. Remember, if a patient feels very sick and is very sick, actually, and they look at you and you say, how you doing today? Oh, good morning. They're not going to like it because it's not a good morning to them. Then you say, hi, my name is Roberto. I'm the medical assistant. I'm the receptionist. I'm the nurse. And You're gonna tell them, how can I assist you today? Still, you're gonna be professional, regardless of how they treat you or quote unquote mistreat you if that's what you're thinking. So remember, we have to act professional because we are the professional. We are the one who work there. Develop an announcement system so that the staff is always alerted when a patient arrives. So all depends on how the patient presents once again. Now, sometimes we have a little like belt as the door opens and people comes in or leaves. So that remind us because we are busy doing something so we can look who is coming. You never know who's gonna come and how they're gonna treat you. So we're gonna be kind of on top of everything. Remember that I mentioned it. When I'm in my office and I'm seeing my patients, I don't see them in the waiting area because I'm not there. But as soon as the patient knocks or the door is open and the patient says, hi, you call me? Mr. Miss Smith? Yes. Okay, please come in. I'm looking there from head to toe. Immediately. So I have a picture of which case presentation I'm going to have today. Well, it's the same thing that you have to do if you are in the waiting area, if you are in the reception area. So make sure that you acknowledge who's there. You have certain rules in place. Remember, most of the time we have a sign-in list or check-in sign-in sheet. So most of the patients that are regulars, established patients, we call them regulars. This is our own language, but they are established, medically speaking. So they know that as soon as they come to the desk and they sign in. And then they wait for you to call them. Sometimes I'm with someone else, so I'm not going to be taking care of other people, even though if I have to acknowledge you, but PA patients already know how it works. So they sign in, and as soon as you finish with this patient that you were talking to, getting some information, getting some documentation, some updates, you call the next one in order. And they expect that. So that's what you're going to be doing. Now, if you step for a second or you are distracted for a second, you step out, you went to the bathroom, you were photocopying something, you were faxing something, you were, emailing something. Now you come back, check the waiting area, check the sign-in sheet all the time. Don't just stand there and start doing something else and the patient is waiting for them to be called because they already signed in, but you weren't there by the time that they sign in. So you have to kind of be on top of everything. Oh, let me see how any of the patients have signed, and then I'm going to see, oh, yeah, I have another one, or one, two, or three. And you start calling them by order of arrival or the order that they sign in. So that's important. Now, when the patient signs on those signing sheet, see right here, we're going to follow certain HIPAA safety rules, privacy, confidentiality. It said right there, patient signing sheet. This is how it is. This is how we're going to find it. Now, probably in your office, your doctor is not going to have one of these formats exactly like this. This is a very professional signing sheet. They have a booklet, no worries. A notebook, no worries. It is signing sheet. So you have to keep this private. So one of the things that we do, well, let's go back to the days where the patient signs their name Right here is the date, see? Date. So patient number 1 signs right here, put their name, legible, so I can call them. Then the time of arrival, and then the time when they leave. And what is the reason, right? What is the reason for the visit? Now, or the signature. Now is the signature. So back in the days, you put your name, your social security number, and the reason of the visit. And then the next person that is going to sign right here, their names, is going to see what the other person is here for. It's going to see your social security number. This is information that is considered privileged. This is information that is considered protected. So now we don't have that. We no longer ask for the patient's social security. They don't have to write it down because this is kind of a paper that everybody's going to see it. We don't ask the patient to write down there the reason for the visit anymore. It's been for a long time for privacy situations, confidentiality. So you just write your name, the time that you came in, and which doctor. Here is which doctor you're going to see. Why? Because we have different doctors. So we have one doctor, and what doctor you can see? Oh, Dr. B, Dr. C, Dr. D, whatever the case may be. And we're going to follow this order. We're going to call this patient first, and so on and so forth. So anyone who is being right here, number 1, number 2, number 3, well, and if we have 10 patients right here, all this is full. And patient number 11 comes in, and they're going to tell you, how long is it going to take? Oh, the doctor is going to be seeing you soon. That is not a right statement. That's false. You're not going to be seen soon. You have 10 patients in front of you. So what you're going to tell them, you're going to check the signing sheet, and you're going to say, just going to read, okay, you are here. There are things. You have 5, 4, 6 patients, the number that you have. So when these patients are seen, then you will be seen after these patients. So never tell patient timing. Even though if you know that these patients are the established patients and each one of them is going to take 15 minutes because things can change. Things can change in the doctor's exam room. The doctor was expecting to spend 10 minutes with the patient. Now it's 30 minutes still discussing something. Because remember, everything that you tell the patients, they're going to take it seriously. So don't put yourself on the spot. So that's the reason what it says right here. Signing sheet that promotes patient's privacy. That's why we only require your name, the time of arrival, and your appointment time, and who is the doctor that's going to see you. Nothing else. Some of them are very simplified. So just put your name, the time of arrival, and if you have an appointment, put it at the time, nothing else. Who's doctor gonna say? Sometimes you don't have that. So that would be nice to have all this, but if you only have one doctor, this is the only one, there is no need to select doctors. Is when you have more than one doctor working in that particular facility. Item number 2, see, it said right here, do not require patients to provide details of the reasons for their visits in a public area. This is a public paper. Everybody's seen it. Everybody's writing on it. So we're not going to violate the patient's privacy and confidentiality. That was done back in the days. But after, HIPAA came about, Now, all those things that we used to do wrong no longer are in place. Well, at least we try to follow. Now, once again, if you have the computer system, sometimes, there is a screen where you're going to go sign in yourself, enter some codes. You have some type of identification. And this is just for you. Nobody else is going to see your information, because as soon as you kind of enter the information, submit, that's it, a new blank page is going to show for another patient who wants to sign. So they're not going to see anything that you did or enter. So all depends on the system that you have in your facility, you have in place. So I show you all these forms because I want you to feel comfortable that when you're looking for a patient sign-in sheet, you know how it looks like. For progress note, you know how it looks like. An encounter form, you know how it looks like. Or at least you remember the names, so you can ask, your coworkers, do you use this? How the patient sign in the morning. Oh, we have a system. See, can you walk me through how you do it? Because there are patients who do not know how to enter the information in electronic devices. So you might have to teach someone, coach someone, enter the information for someone else. Remember, if the patient cannot do something, we can assist them, but only with the permission of the patient. Filling forms, the same. Patient is having trouble filling out a form, taking too long. Don't rush them. Don't tell them, hey, are you done? Taking so long. What's going on? No, Miss Smith, do you need any assistance? Remember, let me know if you need an assistant completing the form. Those are questions for exams. You see a patient struggling with a form, filling out a form, an encounter form. Oh, no, the patient don't fill out. A registration form. What would you do? Oh, you tell them to hurry up. No, wrong. You don't tell that. Tell them to look for a translator. No, that's not either. We're not talking about that. You offer your assistance. You try to help them. That's what you got to do. Remember, sometimes it's just common sense. If somebody's having problem with something, you're having problem with the form, you don't know what they are. What do? You ask someone else, and the person should be assisting you. That's what we're there for. So most of the questions that we have here for this administrative part are common sense. Common sense. See, if we know all the policies, regulations, all these laws, then we are going to know when something is wrong, when something is not, when something is right. So if you have a computer, then, assist them. If you are the one who's using the computer and you're just collecting the information from the patient, well, you are the one who's doing the entrance. So every entry that you do, that's you. But you have to question your patients. You have to get information from your patients and collect the appropriate or the pertaining questions. Any questions about the sign-in sheet or anything that we have covered for this chapter? Remember, we just need to get to be familiar with this. I'm telling you, this is not difficult. It's just that we haven't been exposed to this. I'm being exposed to this for years. So I know it. I use it. I did it. I get all these supplies to the medical doctors, put it in the desk drawers from the medical doctor's office, and I used it myself when I was working. And I called the person who was supposed to put these papers on the medical records because he wasn't there. So if I'm with my patient, I'm not going to stand up from my office and go look for it at the supply room or to the front desk. No, I just pick up the phone and I ask someone, can you please bring me a progress note? Can you bring me a requisition form, a referral, anything that I need? Because it wasn't, run out of supplies in my desk. So we have to be checking all that out. So we get familiar with this when we work with this. Other than that, you wouldn't know. Fortunately for you, most of these forms no longer used because now we're using electronic medical records. So everything is digital. Knowing the patients. Well, knowing the patients is a little kind of overrated, very generalized. We don't know the patients. We kind of, seen them before, but we changed our attitudes every single second. You probably were very nice last time that you came here. Do I know you? No, because now you're rude or you are very nice. So you are fluctuating between being nice, being rude, being in the middle. But one of the things that we need to know, that is a different issue, is how to address our patients. We are supposed, we are the good ones, the healthy ones, right there on, behind the desk. So we have to receive all of these clients in a professional way. Greet each patient immediately. Well, it's not like the patient had not even arrived to my desk and then immediately, just because I saw them coming in. No, you wait until they arrive and then you greet them. And if you are with someone else, you stop what you're doing with the person, you ask permission to the person that you're talking to, whether on the phone, whether in person, and then you acknowledge that the other person is there. I'll be right with you, okay? I'm finishing with Mr. or Mrs. Smith, and I'll be right with you. I'm already acknowledging you, so I'm not ignoring you. Things are going well. Eye contact. We mentioned this before. If you are busy doing something, the patient is talking to you. Hi, good morning. Hello. Yes, how can I help you? And you're giving the patient the bag. That is not professional at all. You got to stop whatever you're doing and then you're going to face your patients. That's giving them respect. Now, depends of how the patient presents, you're going to smile or you're not going to smile. You can not smile to every single patient. That doesn't work that way. That's what I'm telling you. This is kind of very general. Like you are in a department store. Hi, good morning. How you doing? And then, how can I assist you? If you have any questions, please don't hesitate. Just ask. Oh, I'm just going to check around. Sure, not a problem. I'm here. That's a different issue. These are patients, comes with problems. And you're not going to smile at them when they are upset. They are very sick because they're going to think that you're making fun of them. So that is going to escalate the situation. So you need to know, that's the difference, knowing the patient. That's to know exactly how they are presenting themselves. So you can use this regular, kind of standardized greeting technique for everyone. No, all depends. And you don't talk too much when you see that the patient is having a language barrier. Try to be as simple as possible. Because otherwise, they're going to feel uncomfortable. They're going to feel rejected. Instead of welcoming them, they're going to feel the opposite. You're going to, again, review the schedule so that the patient's names are fresh in your mind. If you have problems pronouncing the patient's name, ask the patient, excuse yourself, apologize if you are mispronouncing, and ask them to tell you to pronounce, to say their last name or first name if it is difficult. We get used to, but it's just common courtesy that you should do that. Some people don't like the last name or the first name to be mispronounced. They might sound something that it brings back to their memories that is very offensive, or it comes from someone that they don't like just because it sounds alike or you mispronounce it. So that's basically what it is. So always make sure that you got the right pronunciation, the right name. Don't call the person somebody else's name because that's not going to be appropriate. I'm talking about the medical. In other settings, this is better that way. If you pronounce my name, you call me by my name all the time, I'm gonna think that you care about me. Oh wow, this person is actually focusing on me. I have been speaking to people over the phone. The first thing that I said, they don't give me their names. I have to ask for it. Said hello. I said, oh hi, is this office? And they said, yeah. Oh yes, it is. And I said, oh, by the way, my name is Alvaro Hoyer, and from this, or my issue is this. What is your name? And then they keep on talking and talking, and then it says, oh, by the way, what is your name again? That doesn't sound good. That means that this person was not focusing on my issue because they are entertained doing something else. In other words, they are distracted with something else. And that does not look good. Because every time that you ask me to repeat something, I'm going to get frustrated. And I'm going to get under your skin because of that. So we're going to give all the focus on that person. Because remember, when you're talking to someone, you need to understand what is being said. Other than that, there is no communication. There is no effective communication. One person is talking, the other one is not active listening. Not good. Patients' names. I mentioned this again. If you kind of pronounce my name and call me by my name, I'm really gonna feel good about it. But if you don't, then that's not good. Calling me Mr. or calling someone else Miss or Mrs. or man or whatever, not good. Because all the time now you're gonna use those pronouns or the nouns whenever it's pertinent to it. Once again, pronounce those names accurately. Unfortunately, once again, because we have people from so many countries and some names are very difficult to be pronounced. So that's what we ask the patient to pronounce their name. So, or we apologize upfront for mispronouncing or else. So once again, practice that if you have the time. So, you can pronounce them right, because these are going to be your patients that are going to come to your office. So every single time that they come, you don't want to be mispronouncing or avoiding to call the patient by their names because you don't know how to pronounce it, or you're pronouncing it wrongly. That's not good. Patients' names, remember, you're going to stand right there from the desk or close to the patients, and you're going to call the patient name based on, first come, first serve, or by their time of their scheduled appointments. So that's basically what it is. So very important. Pay attention to the events that are happening in the patient's life. I mentioned that, remember, you have to look at the face of the patient, the way that, they are interacting with you. See this patient right there, she's smiling. Is she going to be a trouble for you? Not at all. But if a patient is kind of very sick or very combative, talkative, they are talking too much and not related to whatever questions are asking or inquiring. So you better watch out. You're going to have some issues right there. Remember, you don't have to be smiling all the time. If patient does, not a problem, but you don't have to be smiling all the time. You have to conduct yourself in a professional way. Registration procedure. Now, this is when you have most of the time your new patients, because you have to collect kind of quite of information. So you're going to have a form there. It says right there, use patient's information form to gather demographic facts about the patient. So let's talk about this term right here, because this term is a very common question for exams. What is demographics? That's the patient's personal information. So if the doctor says, oh, can you print out for me, Mr. and Mrs. Smith, demographics? So when they talk about demographics, it's the patient's profile. Name, address, identification number, whether it's a license number, driver license number, whether it is a social security number, whether it is a medical record number, address, emails, telephone numbers, whatever the case may be. Insurance IDs, health insurance. All this is part of the patient's demographics. We're not talking about the patient's history, whether family history or family medical history or patient's medical history. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the patient's personal information. And this is what I have to review every single time the patient comes in, is the demographics. Remember, demographics means the patient's personal information, not the medical history, not the medical laboratory testings, not the diagnosis, no medications, nothing. It's person's information, the patient's profile. See, we have in our data system your demographics when you register. Remember when you registered for this program? Well, they ask you some questions and they gave you some forms to complete some information, because that's your personal information. And then you sign. That's demographics. We need to know your contact information. You see, you have a emergency contact. It is recommended that every single patient have an emergency contact number from a person we can contact just in case of an emergency. That's part of the demographics, the spouse, your job, the company name, a telephone number from there if it is possible. We need to know if you're working, not working, married, not married, so widow, divorce, single. Because depending on that, we're gonna know whether you might have a secondary insurance, whether you have dependents. See, it is a lot of stuff. But that's what's called demographics. So every single time that you think about demographics, because this is a question for exam, what is the patient's information called in a medical registration? Demographics. Patient's information is called demographics. That's basically what it is. Remember, patient's name, phone number, anything that identifies the patient, plus insurance. The patient can have insurance, but the patient is not the patient's insurance. Oh, but the patient is married. So, hey, the husband or the wife is the primary insurer. So now it's important. Oh, this is dependent then, but the dependent wife or dependent sibling. If you work too, then probably you have insurance plus your husband's insurance. You have a primary insurance that belongs to you plus your husband, which is going to be a secondary insurance. So we need to know that, because whatever the primary insurance doesn't cover, then we have the secondary insurance paying for that. Who wants to pay? I don't want to pay anything from my pocket. If I have insurance and my wife's, my ex insurance, well, use that. I don't want to bill for this balance of my medical services if my other insurance can pay for it. Or if I'm a dependent and, that's when we're going to see it. So that's why we need all these personal information. It's everything administrative. This is what we do in the front desk. This is what we verify every single time that the patient comes in. What is your name and your last name and your day of birth? What insurance do you have? Because all that information is within the demographics right there in our office. Have any information change? You don't tell the patient, oh, have any information from your demographic change? They don't know what is that. Are you still living in the same place? Have you moved from there, still having the same address, same phone number? So we review that every often. It's not as much as we do with insurance, the health insurance. Health insurance has to be verified every single visit. Well, the address and things like that, probably not gonna do it every single time. It's because sometimes the patient goes to the office often. But if you have a patient that is been 3 months, 6 months, a year that has not shown up to our office, and then every year go for the physical, like me, they're gonna ask me, oh, are you still living in the same place? Do you still have the same number? Sometimes they show you the screen and says, oh, can you check your information, see if everything is up to date? If it's anything have changed, just let me know. And, we enter that information for you. That's called demographics. Okay. Okay, so let's take a break. And when we come back, we're gonna wrap up with this chapter. And that is it. Now, let me see how many I have right here. So I make an announcement when I started the class. Some of you weren't present at that moment. Tomorrow, we're not gonna have a class. Tomorrow is election day. So I need that day. So tomorrow we're not having a class, okay? And today the module finished today. So today was the day to complete this module. So we are going to start on Wednesday, law and ethics. That's going to be a very short module, and then we start moving on with other modules that we still have pending. Okay, so no class for tomorrow. I spoke to the director, and I don't know if she's sending you an email or not, but I'm announcing it you guys. So tomorrow, you can use the time to do something else. Okay. If you guys have any questions, when we return from break, let me know. So it is 7:04. We come back at 7:40. Okay. Any questions?
Okay, thank you.
All right, you're welcome. 7:40 it is, and then after that we're gonna finish fast, and maybe in an hour or less we're gonna finish, and then we call it a day. Okay. All right. 7:40 it is. See you later. Okay, so we are back.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, thank you. Let's continue with this chapter then. So we were talking about this registration procedure. Remember, we're gonna take the patient demographics. We talk about what is demographics. We're gonna get other information as well. So let's see what's gonna be on that registration procedure. So remember patient's demographics, full name. Remember if the patient has a second name, a second last name, son of the Latino like me, we usually have like two names. If you have two names and two last names, well, depends on how the patient is registered. Date of birth. Remember, this is needed. Full name and date of birth are the 2 points identification that we need for our patients when we are in an outpatient clinic. Responsible person's name and relationship. So this is the person who's going to be paying the insurance. Can be also the emergency contact. Sometimes, the wife put the husband puts the wife's name, like the emergency contact, or it is just the person who is on the medical insurance. If you are in the medical insurance, you are the primary medical insurance holder, then you will be the person, self. So that's basically how it is. Your address, your phone number. When we talk about your address, has to be a full address, including zip code, apartment or suite number, PO box. Wherever your mail is being delivered has to be accurate. Because if we don't have an accurate address, you're not going to receive any mail over there. So we're going to have problems. Spouse information. If you are married, well, we want your spouse information. Remember that I mentioned that because you might have a secondary insurance or you might be the dependent of this person who we have here as the responsible person for the coverage of your services. Information of the nearest relative, that is if you have an emergency contact as well. So usually it's the emergency contact. You do not put, then they ask you what is the relation to this person who is the emergency contact. Remember, it's in case that something happens to you, this is the person that we are going to contact because we have the information of this person on file. That's basically what it is. Occupation. What is it that you do? What is your job? Sometimes, who do you work for? Place of employment. Where do you work? Which office? Social security number. It is required. It's not required for other things, but in your medical records, yes, we want. Driver license number. Very important because this is the one that has a photo ID. So when we want to compare your insurance, health insurance card, we want your driver license. So some state ID that contains a picture. But driver license are really important. So we have a number. Source of referral. Who sent you? Oh no, through an app, through just passing by. I saw, that this is a medical, just walk in, or a medical doctor, my a specialist, my GYN, my rehab, whoever refer you to that place. Who told you about us? That's basically what it is. Remember when you register for school, for anything, they ask you, well, who refer you? How do you know about us? Oh, through flyer. Oh, through the internet, through a directory. See? So you can say through my insurance directory if nobody recommended you. I check over there and I saw that these doctors were available in my area, or I was just passing by and I saw this office. I said, oh, wait a minute, I live in the neighborhood. So I'm going to, request, I'm going to get this place. I might be seeing a medical provider here. Or a friend, somebody who goes to the same place and says, hey, listen, this is really good service, blah, blah, blah. Then, or it is your friend, you want to go with your friend, be in the same place. So that happens all the time. So this is what is called demographics. Obtaining patient's history. Now, it can be done two ways. One, that is a very brief interview, or you have a history forms that you can do. Remember, we have questionnaires that can be that way. Medical assistants usually are not asked to take histories. Why? Because if the patient complains about something and you don't know what else you're gonna ask, what could be a secondary side effect of this condition or this medication, so you don't know what next question is gonna be. We don't have directories for that. We don't have instructions for that. Sometimes we have a form, a template to collect the patient's history. So it says personal history, family history, social history. So we just ask the patient to check these little boxes. Do you have any medical conditions? And it shows diabetes. If you are positive for diabetes, you just check in. Any type of cancers? No or yes. You select whatever type of cancers if you've been diagnosed. Any information should be written in a manual. You just have to check in the boxes. Not like back in the days that you have to fill in the blanks. Things have changed. Now are a lot easier. I do not remember every single condition that I have. I don't remember every single medication, but if I see them written down, probably I'm gonna remember if that's something that I have or one of my family members have, because it has a history. So that's basically what it is. Now it says completed by the patient, completed by the medical assistant. Now here's the thing. When, as I mentioned before, when you see the patient struggling, trying to complete these forms, we have to step in. We have to help the patient. If you see them struggling, taking too long, do not kind of stress them out. Ask them, sir, ma'am, Mr., Mrs. Brown, do you need my assistance completing the form? There is anything there that you want me to clarify? Make them feel good. Don't say they are okay. Are you having problems understanding? Do you have problems with the language? Because that's not good. Patients are not going to feel good because you always want to do your best. But then you encounter some words, some terms. Remember, there are some medical terms written there that you're not going to understand. And you're not pretty sure if that is what they're asking me. Are they asking me this about me, my family, or I just don't get it, not pretty sure. So sometimes you leave it blank, and that's not good. Because leaving it blank means there's nothing going on. So sometimes you have to fill some things if you are sure. If you're not sure about it, then it says, I don't recall or not familiar with that. So we're there to assist the patients all the time. Remember, questions for the exam. If you see the patient having problems filling out the forms, whatever form it is, so if it is a registration form, what are you going to do? You are going to offer your assistance. You don't say, oh, give me the paper. I do for you. That's not the correct way of approaching these situations. Mr. Mrs. Brown, do you need my assistance? I can help you out. Okay, let's do this. I'm gonna read it and you tell me, and then you check. Okay, first question. Do you or any member of your family suffer of this condition, this condition, this condition? And one by one it says, oh, no, not that I know of. No, not sure. Okay, yeah. My grandparents have this, my grandmother had this, and my husband had it. Well, you write it down. That's how it goes about, because there are certain things that we don't know if that's related to us or related to someone else. So we assist them. That's the major issue right here, that we are going to assist them, because sometimes filling out these forms is not easy. See, if you filing forms for anything, for insurance, if you don't fill out these forms correctly, there are two things that are going to happen. Or they're going to deny the services, or it's going to be delayed because they're going to start asking you more questions. So you're not going to receive those benefits as expected. So we need to complete these forms accurately. So no delays for anything. And in the medical, we need to know what is it that is going on with you or your family, because family history is very important. If runs in the family, chances are that my patient is going to develop. So that's the reason why we need family history. Oh, you have a family history of diabetes, and now you present yourself complaining about polyuria, peeing a lot, very thirsty. So, and other things that I can see physically on my patient. I put them together, 2 + 2 is 4. So, and your family has you have a history of family with diabetes. Well, I'm thinking that you probably are developing diabetes. So that's basically what it is. There are more chances of developing a condition when there is a family trait, when a family member has a condition, it runs in the family. So there are 15% chances that someone from the family will develop that condition. So we are going to be taking care of this person earlier. So that is the reason why we take history from the patient. It's not just that we want to just fill out some papers because of, well, insurance and we need to know. No, this is to rule in or rule out faster a patient diagnosis when the patient presents with something. So now, if the patient doesn't have family history or something, as that means that the patient is not going to develop, well, it's going to be the first one who's going to develop. And from this pattern on, the family members of this person are going to develop, some of them, the condition. So it is important. Another thing that we have to always take in consideration is the patient's time. Remember, we care about the time that we spend with each patient in the office, our breaks. So time is very important. Well, what makes you think that the patient's time is not important? So we need to make sure that the patient is being taken care of by the time their appointment was made. Avoid delays. And if there is a delay, we have to explain the patient the reasons. Remember yesterday or during scheduling, I told you that if the patient if for any reason we having a delay for the patient to being seen, we have to make an announcement. Hi, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. The doctor is running a little late. Oh, but I came early because of this, because I have to go work. Offer them the opportunity to reschedule if they have an appointment already in place. And if they don't, offer them to schedule them for an appointment first thing in the morning when they are available, or in the evening or afternoon, whenever there is an availability and the patient is willing to do it. So think about it. We have to be that proactive on the patient side all the time, trying to make them feel welcome all the time, that we care about them. If we will do that, give them the options, the opportunities, they're really gonna think that we're trying to assist them, that we're trying to help them. Or if we don't, then they're gonna think, okay, so these people don't care about us. The doctor is late, but they don't care. They didn't even tell us. If I knew this, I have gone home or do something else and come back later. But I waste my whole day here doing nothing. So you're gonna tell them so they can make a decision. If you don't want to reschedule, well, we're gonna be a little delay. Okay, so let patients know all the time. Believe me, very important. Patients with special needs. We are going to have these type of patients. This is the medical field. People is going to come with different conditions. Problems with hearing impaired, sight impaired, physical challenges. So a lot of stuff of physical disabilities, so to speak. Some people are very sick. Some people it's just one, they're just checking how, the status of their health is at any particular time, but they are not sick, or they are not that sick. So we need to make sure that we kind of, deal with all these types of situations in our office. We're going to have people with, I mentioned it already, language barriers, culture barriers. See, language barriers, something that we can notice when the patient talks to us or when the patients try to talk to us or anyone else. Culture barriers, sometimes you don't see it. You don't know about my religion, what I'm kind of following through my religion or not, what is, seen as something good because of my religion or not. Well, probably you don't know. You don't know what my religion. We don't know that. We don't know. You don't know where I'm coming from. For something that it is normal for you in your culture, probably mine it's not. So again, age related situations, not that you are kind of sight impaired or hearing impaired or you have physical disabilities, but you might have, you are a child, you are mentally retarded. So again, we have to consider a lot of things. Remember, this is communication. We go back to communication because this is how we communicate. And how can we have effective communication with someone who has any of these physical or mental or psychological situations or language issues, cultural issues? We don't know every single culture. We don't know. But sometimes they think that we don't. We do. Oh, because you work in the medical, you should know everything. Oh, because you're an attorney, you should know everything. No, no, we have different specialties. There is a criminal law, there is a family law, and so on and so forth. There's this doctor that do this doctor that do that, different specialties. So we don't know everything. But we know that we have all these diversity of situations. And we have to be able to understand that. Because if we don't follow that, then we're going to be in trouble. It's not the same someone who's very sick and someone who is not that sick. If I'm doing triage, this very sick patient, I'm going to put it first versus the person that is not too sick. So every patient is a different individual with a different situation. Even though if we have to use professionalism when we're dealing with our patients, still we have to kind of visualize, kind to scan through the person and see which limitations they have so we can deal with them in a different way. What do we need to interact with these patients? Should I assume that this person is this? Well, probably not. Just gonna make sure that not everybody comes from the same country, have the same level of education. So it's not easy. But from our viewpoint, we should behave very professionally, regardless. Everything else can be worked out as the process, advance. Scoring and instructing the patient. We mentioned this already. So the patient comes into the office. Remember, it's so easy for a patient who's new to start wandering around the facility, just giving, directions, pointing with your finger. Oh, just go straight the hallway, make a right, and then you see, like at the lab, keep on walking and, look for the room over there. Remember, not everybody takes this type of information clearly. They are going through a lot of stuff, so they probably not gonna understand anything. They're gonna start just wandering around and going inside rooms where they are not supposed to go in. And this is our fault. So instead of doing that, we need to walk them over there. Take the patients to the designated area. Room A, B, C, D. Patient, the doctor calls overhead, or you call them, take them with you to the doctor's office, to the exam room, to the lab. That's what we do. That is the correct way of doing things. Give clear instructions to your patients, particularly when it comes to removing clothing. Remember, for those who took EKG with me, remember, we instruct the patients to take the clothes from waist up. And if it is female, has to remove their bra. Here's the thing. patient's privacy, patients protecting the patient's dignity. We're going to close the curtains, we're going to close the doors, whatever is necessary to prevent other people from seeing the patient like that, including us. When the patient is disrobing, removing their clothes, we should turn around or just excuse ourselves from that place, or pull out the curtains if we do something, or close the door way outside and tell the patient, I'm going to step outside, I'm going to give you some time, and if you need some assistance, let me know. I will be behind the door, okay? When you're done, just let me know. It says right here, never place a patient in a position that exposes him or her once in a gown. Now, think about this. I also mentioned this when we were with EKG patients. Remember the patients, if it is a female, if it is a male, we disregard this. If we are giving a gown, fine. If we are not giving a gown, that's not a problem because we don't have breast. But females do, and they don't like to be exposed. So for that reason, we gave them a gown, we gave them a blanket, we pull off the curtains. We do a lot of things to keep our patients' privacy. Remember, it's the patient's dignity that we don't want to go over. When we said placing the patients in certain uncomfortable position, let's say you have a patient who you're going to do, or you're going to assist the doctor to do a pap smear, a vaginal examination, a rectal examination. These are positions that are very uncomfortable, number one, putting the patient all the way up the legs on the stirrups, and the patient is completely naked, just with a gown, but the gown is not going to be covering them, and you're placing the patients ahead of time before the doctor comes and is ready. You don't know how long the doctor is going to take to come and start doing the procedure of the patient, and you are up there with your legs on the air exposed. That is not comfortable at all. Or with your butt up right there, because they're going to do a rectal exam. No, we have to protect the patient's dignity every single time. Think about you being put in that position, and the doctor is not even there. When the doctor arrives, then we start preparing our patient. We train our patients before they remove their clothes. Or we do the position, says, okay, this is what you're going to do if this is the first time that I'm going to put you in that position. Okay, so you're going to move to the table, you're going to be doing this, you're going to put in the legs right here, or you're going to be taking this particular position, because we are going to expose that area that we are going to be examining. But remember, if the doctor is not ready, you have the patient right there. We just need to have the patient ready. But ready does not imply on the position that the doctor is going to be doing the procedure. No, ready is that whatever clothes the patient needs to be removed, whatever metals that they need to be removed, you are ready. You're sitting right there and giving you a gown, so like keeping your personal privacy. And when the doctor comes in, now we're going to go and going to tell the patient to take the position. If they have done it before, have you have a pap smear before? She said, yes. Okay, so you know the drill. I don't need to explain you how to position you. So when the doctor comes in, we're going to instruct you what to do. So please have a seat right there. Stay right there until the doctor comes in. Whatever other things you have to explain them, that's why you have to connect with your patient every single thing that you do, you explain then what am I removing my clothes? You have to tell me before I do, before I follow it. And tell me exactly what is it, what pieces of my clothing I need to remove. Don't tell a patient, oh, just remove your clothes and I don't need anything from your waist down. But you ask them to remove their clothes. So meaning you are completely naked. That is a no with your patients. So that's basically what it is. So you're going to follow everything. You're going to be walking the patient from the moment that the patient comes in, when you are assisting, and when the patient is about to leave, and when the patient leaves the office. So we are 100% in every single step of the process during this patient's visit. That's how it works. So here we come to the patient has been patient exam procedure is completed. After the patient has been seen, what we're going to do? Now, I prepared everything before the patient came for the exam, for the evaluation, for the procedure. Now that the patient leaves, now I have to clean all the mess. I have to set my room. I have to clean it. I have to disinfect it. I have to get rid of things that are in need. If they are disposable, every single thing has to be discarded in the proper recipient or container. So in the waiting area, you're going to do the same. Remember, the patient takes the magazines from the little table or wherever the place you have them really nice, neat, organized. They're not going to put it back the same way. They just leave it on top of the chair, on the floor. They just leave it anywhere. In the doctor's office, they take the magazine over there and then they just leave it somewhere. Well, whoever encounters this needs to bring them back for the other patient that needs to see it, because this needs to be kept squarely. That's how it works. If there is any spills, there is any stuff, anything that the patient's dropped into the floor, needs to be removed, whether you're supposed to clean it or maintenance has to clean it. So most of the cases, we have a maintenance person. Sometimes the maintenance person is not there all the time. See, in doctor's offices, the maintenance comes in the evening when we are finishing, supposedly. So they're going to clean everything. They're going to straighten everything, the chairs, put it back in their place, the magazines and the floors, they're going to clean it. They're going to pick up all these, stuff that you drop there. But sometimes they might not have someone that comes every day. And at the next day, you go there and you see the spills and you see all the stuff on the floor and everything a mess. So sometimes you have to organize that. So keep in mind, know the policies, know who's working there, whether you have a maintenance person every day, or if you have them, you know, available during the day. What is it? You have to get familiar with it. So you got to get this room clear, clean, organized, neat for the next day. That's our responsibility. Now, our responsibility is not directly go and clean, but to let the person who's cleaning to please do it, or the office manager, which is the one has control, inform the doctor that the person who's supposed to clean is not showing up. What's going on? Because the office cannot look like that. Remember, it is a target for rodents It is a target for all these insects. It smells bad. Not good. And it doesn't look good when you find all these waiting area and disarray. It's like going to your exam room and the paper that covers the table is all, wrinkled, it's all, it's been used. I would not go on top of the bed until you clean it. So again, it's our responsibility. So check what are the policies in your organization, who's in charge of doing this, and whether you have, the contact numbers from these people. You should have maintenance numbers. So as soon as you see something, call them up. You got to get this fixed. Sexual assault and harassment. I mentioned this already. If you're a medical assistant, you probably are going to be called into an office, not because the doctor is going to use your services, not because you are going to be assisting them with the procedure, because if it is a procedure, you must have someone who's going to be assisting you. But sometimes you're going to do a questioning to the patient or evaluations without doing a procedure, a physical exam, some type of questions that we ask that are very sensitive to our patients. We don't want to be one-on-one patient and medical provider. So we always have a medical assistant or someone in there because we want someone to be present when we discuss certain sensitive issues with patients. See, a male medical provider should not evaluate a female medical provider, a female patient, just on their own. Okay, let's go there. I'm going to do physical exam and blah, 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 blah. Well, the patient could say that the medical doctor did something inappropriate and accuse them. How are you going to defend yourself? It is my word against the patients. And that's something that you're not going to get away with, because they're going to believe the patient. That's why we bring someone with us. Before I start my examination, I bring someone else. Now, this is not like because this is a male, male, female, female. Oh, well, we don't need someone. Males should medical doctors for this type of things, as females should other females medical doctors. So we got to make sure that at any given situation, we got to be protected. Unfortunately, remember, one of the most common issues why patients sue their medical provider is because money. So they will do anything to get money. And if we don't follow all these policies, recommendations to protect ourselves, we're going to put ourselves in a very, very bad situation. So again, very important to understand this. Medical record placement. Now we're talking about this privacy, confidentiality. I mentioned this already. If we are using the paper-based medical records, remember, we do not leave them unattended. Oh, here is the medical record. So here's the medical record of the patient. So I'm gonna just place it right there on top of the doctor's desk and leave it there. And the patient is there, but someone else can come. So leaving the medical record there unattended means the doctor wasn't there. The doctor is not taking care of the medical record. So that is not good. That is violation of privacy. Now remember, sometimes we have some little boxes attached to the door. And then we put the medical records right there, right? So this is no longer the case, but it was. So we recommend when you use that, instead of putting all these, that the information the patient can be seen, if you put this like this, we turn it around against the door. So if somebody passes by because they want to see, am I going to be next? And they start kind of, flipping through the charts for the medical records. So they're not going to be seeing anything in the front. Because some people don't just glance or pick over the information. They just pick over the information. They don't go through the papers. But if you turn them facing backwards, they're not going to be able to do that. But that's long gone. That doesn't happen anymore. But for the medical records and for exam purposes, they want you to know this. So again, each office has a method of record placement. When we talk about medical records, we're talking about the chart, the medical, this part that we collect all the information from the patient. That's the medical record. That's what we call it, electronic medical records. But we call it a chart, a patient's registry, a patient's history. So we call it a lot of things. But chart, medical records, same. So again, this is very important because we are going to protect the patient's information. This is a violation of HIPAA if you wouldn't do that. We cannot leave these medical records unattended. And even the patient who owns that medical record information, he or she should not be seeing it without our permission. Remember, those medical records belongs to the office, to the medical who create them. These do not belong to the patient. Because when the patient goes home, they don't take the medical chart folder record with them. They stays within the office. So that belongs to the office. So the patients do not have the right to go and scan or try to read what's going on inside that. If they need it, they have to request it. Now we can give you a copy, but you cannot have the one that I have and start looking through it. Remember, this is medical jargon that is being written on. They're not going to understand. And because they don't understand, when they see some word there that they don't understand, they start asking a lot of questions. And we don't know how to explain them. Where do you get this information? And then turns out that they were going through their medical records. Now I'm going to waste a lot of time trying to explain something that no need explanation. It's just that you did not understand these names, these terms. So again, it sounds like it is trying, like doesn't make sense, but it does. This is your information, but this is my medical record, belongs to my office. And you're not supposed to be reading it. If you need copies, I'm going to give you a copy. You have to ask me. And then I'm going to give you copies or certain things, not everything. So that's how it goes. So be careful. It says right here, if a wall pocket are used, might be on the wall or on the door. These pockets mix like a little box when you place the medical records. Remember, the medical records are need to place backwards. So where the patient's information needs to be against the wall or the door. But that doesn't happen anymore. We don't have that. When I started working here, we did have that. And we placed them facing, the patient's information was facing forward. Then they told us that has to be on the way, and then they just altogether removed that. Now we have electronic medical records, better way to protect the patient's information. Challenging situations. Now, we mentioned this, patients that are very combative or talkative, they're talking too much. They come to us and they start talking, I have this and I have that. Oh, by the way, I have something else and something else. It seems like they're never gonna end. They're gonna tell us the entire medical history, family history, social history. We don't need all that information. We just need to know what is the reason for your visit today. Anything else, you're going to discuss it with the doctor. But you need to be very professional when we say that. Remember that I mentioned if the patient is talking too much, talking about conditions, we kind of jump in asking questions. Hi, Mr. and Mrs. Brown. How can I assist you today? Oh, I have a headache. Oh, sure. Not a problem. If I don't have to ask anything else, if something is not serious, oh, for how long do you have it? Have you taken any medications for that? No. If there is no need, that's it. Okay. So please, can I have your insurance, health insurance? Can I have a photo ID? I'm gonna verify that, and then I'm gonna tell you, oh, don't forget to sign in the attendance or the sign-in sheet. Oh, I already did it. Okay, no problem. So, okay, everything is going good. So please have a seat. When the doctor gets available, the doctor is going to call you. Or we are going to let you know. Remember, talkative means that they don't want to stop when we are interviewing them. So we have to jump in, but following all the precautions, so to speak, when we talk to them, so we don't interrupt them in the middle. We ask a question when they changing gears, then we ask a question. Okay, and what about this? Okay, Mr. and Mrs. Brown, all the questions that you're asking me, please write it down or keep it in mind. So when you see the doctor, I recommend you to ask all these questions, okay? And please have a seat. When the doctor gets available, when your turn comes, doctor is going to call you. Children, you know how it is to dealing with children. Running all, depends on the age, but most of the time are the little ones. Running all over the place, pulling everything, moving everything, turning everything on their path, on their way. So we have to be very careful. How do we address these children? Because remember, the children are not going to respond back to you. The parents are. And they're going to get under your skin. So be careful how you deal with children. Very, very important subject. Angry patients, we talk about angry patients. Remember, when you have angry patients, the best way to put them at ease is taking them to a private room. Tell them, listen, Mr. and Mrs. Brown, please follow me. Let's talk in a room where nobody can disturb us, okay? So you can tell me what's really going on. And in a nice way, you take them over there. Oh, do you want a glass of water? Don't tell them to calm down or anything like that. Remember, that's a no. So how you deal with angry patients? Questions for exam. Okay, you have a patient who was very combative, very angry, was shouting at you, blah, 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 blah. What are you going to do? You're going to bring this patient to a private area. Give them the space. Don't expose them. Don't talk loud to them. Don't confront them at all. That's the perfect way to solve the problem. If there is something else, then you call someone else to help you. The patient is very aggressive, says Mr. and Mrs. Brown. You know what? Excuse me for a second. I'm going to get you someone who's going to help you better or is going to assist you better, okay? And do it. I explain you guys this because these are the questions. But not only that is important to know the questions for the exam, but most importantly is to know how to address these situations. Because when someone comes and starts yelling at us and cursing at us and calling us names, you're not gonna like it. And if you don't like it, now we're gonna get into a confrontation. And that's not gonna be good, particularly for us, the medical people. Relatives and friends of the patients. Now you might say, oh, well, what about it? Well, sometimes the relatives or the friends of the patients are the ones who ask questions. Tell about that. Oh, no, but what about this? Thinking about their problems. And they asking those questions on behalf of their friend or their relative. And what about this? And what about the side effects? And what about, oh, I heard this. And I have that. And when I went over there, they did this. Think about what you have done when you go to the medical doctor's office and you bring your children, you bring your parents, or you bring yourself, and you hear all these people talking and saying stuff. That's the real world. That's what is going on. So you need to know how to deal with relatives and friends. First of all, when we go to the doctor's room, we don't allow relatives or friends. We call the patient and the patient comes with the friend, the neighbor, the cat, the dog. No. All of you stay over there, only the patient. So you're very professional. I'm sorry, but only the patient can pass, okay? Oh, no, I'm gonna translate. Okay, what language the patient speaks if you don't know? Oh, it speaks Russian. Nobody speaks Russian, saying, okay, just stand by. And when the doctor needs your assistance, we're gonna let you know. Consult with the doctor first. Don't bring the whole family there to the exam room or to the procedure room. It doesn't work that way. Think about the emergency. Only the patient passes, anyone else stays out. So this is the thing right here with the relatives and the friends. And they causes, they interfere a lot. They make things worse. They interview longer. So we're going to try to keep these people at the bay all the time in a very professional way. Sorry, Mr. Brown, only you can go to the. Oh, no, but I need the. Okay, let's go over there. And when the doctor needs your friend or your family member, and he will determine that, and we will call them, okay? Don't tell them we're not gonna need it, we're not gonna use it. No, we don't need it. No. Don't get involved in that because they get very, they would take it very personal. So don't do that. I'm telling you, I've been through all that. Patient check out. Now, remember, first we have patient check in. Now, getting all the information, demographics, getting ready to be seen, do the procedure. Now the patient is checking out. Again, if the patient is leaving, we're going to do just the same as we did when the patient came in. Hey, glad to have you today. We're not going to say, hey, but this is a way of telling you, Mr. and Mrs. Smith, thank you so much for coming. We just have some papers for you to sign, or I'm going to give you a copy of this, or you request for this, or we have a referral for you, or instructions for the procedure that the doctor is going to do. Please have a seat. And when I'm done with all this, I'm going to call you back, okay? When you have everything ready and you explain the patient, you always going to ask the patient, do you have any questions for me? Now, if they have questions and if something that you cannot answer or you do not have the answer for that, not a problem. Get someone else. I don't know the answer, but let me ask my supervisor. Or if that goes beyond, let me see if the doctor's available so the doctor answer your questions, okay? That's how we solve everything. So the patient sees that we are doing our best to meet their requirements. Remember, if the patient has to come back for a follow-up appointment, we might make an appointment for these patients. We might give an appointment card for these patients. So a lot of things going on. As for payment, now, if the payments can be for two reasons. For now, if you have health insurance, you might have to pay the copay. Sometimes the copay you pay before you start seeing the doctor when you register. Oh, you have a copay, $20, $30, $50, whatever the case may be. Then you take the pay and then you give a receipt to the patient. Now, if the patient is paying in cash, now it's different because I have to wait until the patient finish with the doctor. I get the encounter form. Remember, the encounter form is going to say cash or patient has an insurance. So we're going to build insurance or we're going to charge the patient. So the patient is going to say, okay, it is $200 for today's visit because you discussed that with the patient prior to registering the patient. Remember, we always have to be upfront with these questions. We discuss everything, particularly payments. Nobody wants to pay. So then you collect the money. And if there is money that they don't have, let's say they don't have all the money, the doctor always offers a payment plan. So you have to trust that because that's the negotiation that you got with your patient. So we always offer, okay, we don't know how much it's going to be, but I know that the doctor is going to charge 150, 200, 300, 400 per visit. So the patient agrees and signs a paper which says, yes, I accept. And you're responsible for it. So if it does the case, then the patient has to pay. And if you have payment plans, meaning you're going to pay by installments, okay, you're going to pay $50 now, in 1 week, $50, and the next week, another 50. So 4 weeks, and you're going to pay everything. So you got to collect the money, and you're always going to give the patient a receipt. Always. Once again, do you have any questions, Mr. and Mrs. Brown? Not at all. Thank you so much. Oh, no, thank you for coming, for visiting our facility. Have a wonderful evening, a wonderful day, nice weekend. See you next time. Feel better. So whatever makes you, the words that you use for someone that you care, because that's how it has to be. That's it. You're creating this nice professional relationship with your patients, because that's what we want. Because these patients are going to come back. Complaints. Now, remember, nothing is perfect. And for us, something that I'm thinking that I'm doing everything right, maybe the patient didn't see it that way. Maybe the patient is very frustrated for the things that they're going through. If the patient is complaining, we must pay attention to what they said. We do not, by no means, ignore them. Oh, listen, you know what? That doctor didn't have a time to talk to me. I have a lot of questions. And he says, no, I don't want to hear about that. Well, this is the interpretation of the patient. It's not that the doctor said that exactly that way, but the patient is very frustrated and they're gonna say it, they're gonna tell you their way. So we kind of not take sides. I don't. Oh yeah. That doctor is always like that. He's not the first. You're not the first time that tell me about this doctor. He's very rude. Even though if you don't like the doctor, you never said those things. You work for them. So you don't talk like that. And you don't go against the patients either. You defend your doctor. Seriously? Wow. I'm shocked. He or she are a very nice people. I never heard about any complaints about them. But you know what? Tell me what's the problem? We need to fix this. We need to do something about it. So thank you for bringing it in. That's very important for our office. Even though if you're the medical assistant, you're not attacking your doctor, you're not attacking your co-worker if it was with them that they have an altercation, or according to the patient, because remember, you cannot take the patient word for, but you cannot dismiss what the patient is saying either. But even though if we know that this person is rude and is always being rude to the patients, we don't agree with them. This is the people that works with us. And remember, if the patient hears that, they're going to use you as a witness because they're going to put you on the spot. They're going to bring a lawsuit to the office and they're going to bring you as a witness. And by the court of law, they're going to give you a summon. They're going to give you a subpoena, and you have to. There is no way you're not going to do it. Otherwise, you're going to end up in jail for contempt, refusing to go. So we don't put ourselves in any of these situations. See, now I'm talking about law and ethics, because all of these things are intertwined. One bad, situation with the patient can get us into a lawsuit. And that's something that we need to stay away to prevent as much as possible. We don't want to be in that situation. So we have to try to solve. So whenever the patient tells you something bad about the doctor, they talk about bad the doctor, you tell the doctor and you document it in the patient's medical record, or you just write it down and give it to the doctor. Oh, Dr. A, Mr. and Mrs. Brown on his or her way out, when they were checking out, they mentioned this about you. I just want you to let you know. They actually say that they're going to sue you. They actually say this about you. Mention it in a good intention. Don't make it as a gossip, as a sarcasm, or as a, getting back to them because you don't like them either. Because that doesn't work. Remember, if you don't know something, if you're having problems, and if you have some issues that you cannot solve, pass this. Relay this to someone else. That is better than not doing anything, because we cannot fix everything. And particularly as a medical assistant, we always have to relay this information to someone else, to someone with more experience that can solve these problems. See, be courteous, friendly, even if the patient is angry. But know your limitation. Don't be too friendly. Remember? Because that's not going to work. With all the respect that the patient deserves, you have to treat them, if they are an adult, still, you're going to call them by their last name, and you're going to try to be as nice as possible. Because otherwise, this can escalate for the lawsuit. Always think about lawsuit when you get into an altercation with patients or you ignore the patient complaints, because this is going to move farther. It's not going to stop right there. Okay, so once again, what it's trying right here, friendly goodbye. What it's trying to say is like, be nice. Before the patient goes, you just have to wish them well, and whether it's have a wonderful evening, good night, nice weekend, get better, hope to see you soon, things like that. We keep in touch. Remember, you have our number. Here is our, business card. Anything, that we can help you with, please let us know. We are here to serve you. Say it. Because if you don't say it, patient is not going to guess that. Remember, always ask if the patient has any other questions. Always be courteous. Show them empathy all the time, that you care, that they are welcome, not that they just a number, that they just a paycheck. Oh, well, these people's paying us the money, so we have to take it. I don't like them, but I have to kind of try to be genuine, be honest with yourself, because when you're fake, then you're angry inside. So you're doing things just because, from your teeth out. You're just speaking words that you don't mean them. So if you don't do that, patients are going to leave the office and they're going to think that nobody over there was helpful. Remember, one person mess it up in the office, everybody pays the price. If one person make you feel uncomfortable, they didn't give you the answer that you were expecting, everybody's bad in that office. Period. So that's basically what it is. Okay, so that's it. We're done. So we talk about the office. We talk about how we are going to process these patients, whether new, whether they're established, how we're going to assist them with the registration, explain them everything. Don't just ask them to sign papers. We have to have all the supplies, every single thing that we need in our office. We need to be familiar with. Where is it? Whether we have it? Where do we look for? And if somebody asks us about it, we need to know where is it, and we need to provide them. We need to deliver to them. We got to get familiar with everything. Remember, the same as with the machines, we got to make sure that we know how they functions. Where are they? How to take care of them? How to do some basic maintenance? How to clean it? How to keep everything clean in our office, organized, or calling someone and letting them know that you cleaned last night, but it wasn't well done. We have cockroaches around here. We have some mosquitoes. We have some mice around here. The magazine was all over the place. Oh, next time, please. The magazines were just left everywhere. So don't forget to pick them up. Remember, you have to be nice with the people that you work with too, not just with the patients, with anyone who you are interacting with. And you have to be polite and professional. Remember, empathy. I don't want anybody to come to me and tell me to do something in a bad way, giving me an attitude like they are better than me or something like that. I wouldn't do it. Or I wouldn't do it in a good way, in a good faith. So it is the same. Any questions before we said friendly goodbye? I learned a new term. Yes, no, maybe. Okay. So if you guys don't have no questions, remember, tomorrow we do not have a class. Medical office procedures ends today. Wednesday, we're going to start with law and ethics. So I will be sending you the exam for this module and the PowerPoint presentation for law and ethics. That is going to be the upcoming module. Okay. So enjoy it tomorrow, day off. Stay away from all these, crazy people outside. Tomorrow is going to be a little tough. Traffic and people everywhere. So just be careful. Do whatever you have to do, and then go on. All right, see you then Wednesday. Good night. Thank you for attending my class.
Thank you.
And
Mhm.
well, if you guys have any questions, remember, you're always free to email me, or yeah, it's better emailing me than to asking in front of the whole class. All right, unless it's something that pertains to the class. All right, take care then. Good night.
Okay, good
Good
night.
night.
Make
Good
sure
night,
everybody
Night,
vote.
Thank
everyone.
you.
Good night. You're welcome.
Mhm.
Good night.